Good morning, everyone. Welcome to PWLE IAS, UPSC optional batch for public administration. Please confirm whether the audio and video is clear. Good morning, Vinay, Dipali, Manu, Zain, Akshat, Priyanshi, Ashish. So in our earlier class, we were going through Vroom's expectancy that we saw, and we are continuing with our discussion again. So this we had already seen. Let us just go through it again. So, for example, even if an employee believes that her effort will result in performance, which will result in reward, motivation will be zero if the valence of the reward she expects to receive is zero. So, Vroom's expectancy model multiplied everything and kept. So, any value in it, any value, if the consequence, the reward, the valence, if any value in it becomes zero, the motivation also will become zero. We have already seen it. Porter and Lawrence published an extension of the Vroom expectancy model, which is known as the extension of the Vroom expectancy model, which is known as the Porter-Lawrence expectancy model. The basic premise of the model is the same as Vroom's, but it extends the model by stating that motivation alone does not predict successful performance. It is a function of two other factors. मतलब इतना है, पोर्टर और लॉरेंस व्रूम के एक्सपेक्टेंसी मॉडल तो उठा लिया, लेकिन उसमें दो और चीज ऐड कर दिया, ये कहकर कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ मोटिवेशन ये तय नहीं कर सकते कि आदमी कैसे काम करेगा या नहीं. दो अदर फैक्टर्स आर ऑल्सो देयर. टू अदर फैक्टर्स आर देयर अदर देन मोटिवेशन that will determine whether or not that employee will be able to do that work or not. So let us see what are those two other factors. Number one, skills and abilities. Number two, role perception. Motivation alone cannot ensure successful performance of a task. The employee should also have the abilities and skills required to successfully perform the task. That is very, very true. मोटिवेशन होने के खातिर आप सक्सेसफुली यूपीएससी क्या क्रैक कर पाओगे? You need to have the ability, you need to have the skill. There is no doubt about it. प्रीलिम्स के जगह, मेंस के जगह, इंटरव्यू के जगह, तीनों चीज के लिए अलग अलग स्किल्स की जरूरत है. Prelims is all about keeping a very cool mind and analyzing the options and understanding what to choose, what to leave out. When it comes to mains, it's pure hard work. More answer writing practice you do, more you analyze the PYQs and prepare according to the topics. Analyze the current affairs of minimum 1 year and see which topics are getting repeated and prepare accordingly. If you're doing all of this, definitely you will score really good marks. Coming to the interview, a good interview is the one where you make the interview ask the question what you want. वो उसके अंदर ही एक स्किल है ये. You want them to ask a question what you want. That is called leading the interviewer. Getting the point? That is the sign of a good interview, because what it means is you are giving, definitely you are giving an answer where you know, अगर मैं ये जवाब दे दूं तो ये लोग मुझसे ये सवाल पूछेगा. That's called a planned interview. So these are three sets of skills, और इसके बिना you're not going to crack the exam. Motivation alone is not enough. Again, be it the Prime Minister's office बोलो आप, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के ऑफिस बोलो आप, आपके पास मोटिवेशन है देश के लिए कुछ भला करने के लिए, विदाउट द करेक्ट एबिलिटीज एंड द स्किल्स, हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू डू इट? Getting the point here. Role perceptions. The employee should have a clear perception of his role in the organization and an accurate knowledge of the job requirement. This will enable him to focus his efforts on accomplishing the assigned tasks. What is my role in the organization? What is expected from me? And do I have sufficient knowledge to carry out the task? This matters. Or in other words, if you actually see, it is basically what? Right man for the right job. It's actually division of work, division of labor. एक आदमी की या व्यक्ति की काबिलियत के हिसाब से उसे काम दे दो. Based on the abilities, the talent, the skill of an individual, you are assigning them the rightful work. Then obviously what will happen? You will get the output. Motivation alone is not enough. Thus, although the basic premise of the model is the same as for Bloom's model, it is more complex. मतलब जो मॉडल पोर्टर एंड लॉलर ने दे दिया वो मॉडल ब्रूम के एक्सपेक्टेंसी मॉडल के बराबर है लेकिन थोड़ा और कॉम्प्लेक्स है वही बिकॉज इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट स्किल्स एंड रोल परसेप्शंस. Any doubts still here? Managerial implications of expectancy theory. The expectancy model is a valuable tool for helping managers design a motivational climate that will stimulate appropriate employee behavior. It provides clear guidelines for increasing employee motivation by altering expectancies, instrumentalities, and outcome balances. These are discussed below. Number one, increasing effort performance expectancies. Effort performance expectancies can be increased by training employees to do jobs more effectively, by providing sufficient time and resources, by giving supportive feedback, and by following employee suggestions about ways to change their jobs. Selecting people with required skills and knowledge, managing employees to jobs, and communicating tasks required for the job are also an important part of this process. अब कैसे हम इसे प्रैक्टिकल लेवल पर इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं? एफर्ट परफॉर्मेंस एक्सपेक्टेंसीज मतलब आई एम हैविंग एन एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम यू विथ रिगार्ड टू योर एफर्ट. फॉर दैट व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड? I should provide you platform where you can improve your effort and thereby your performance. That is why we have the group. So today morning, I don't know how many of you saw it. I had put up a message telling that whatever you can Google and immediately understand, please do it. When I said you can ask doubts, doubts should be also of such a nature where it is a little too technical. जैसे कि you are asking me, sir, how can, let us say, how can we link PSUs with the expectancy theory? That is analytical and a proper technical question. Even if you Google it also, you ask ChatGPT also, you will not get an answer for it. Now, and it's a very interesting question. Why? That requires what? That requires skill. But instead, you're asking me, sir, what is the difference between Article 269 and Article 270? Somebody did ask me that today morning. I was a little taken aback. I just felt that, yeah, I'm not sitting simply from morning till evening to sit and literally answer such questions. Difference between Article 216 and 270, simply put it up in the Google, read it, you will understand it. It is as simple as that. Getting the point here. So the platform, what we have right now, the channel, the Telegram channel where you are asking me the doubts, it is the platform is why to improve your effort and thereby the performance. Correct? That is a simple way of putting it up. but we cannot write that answer in the exam. A PSUs के साथ I can link it. And how so? Effort performance expectancies can be increased by training employees to do jobs more effectively. सही बात है. PSUs में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं उनको सख्त जरूरत है ट्रेनिंग का. क्यों? एग्जाम्पल ले लो. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited took more than 30 years just to manufacture a light combat aircraft. पहली बात. दूसरी बात क्या है? HAL आज भी एरो इंजिन्स के लिए, एरो इंजिन्स मीन्स एरोप्लेन इंजिन्स, वी आर इंपोर्टिंग इट. वी डोंट हैव आवर ओन इंडिजीनियस एयरक्राफ्ट इंजन. इतना ज्यादा हम बात कर रहे हैं इंडिजनाइजेशन. एक इंजन खुद का वी डोंट हैव. वी आर वेटिंग फॉर इट टू कम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. गेटिंग द पिक्चर हियर. दूसरा, बाय प्रोवाइडिंग सफिशिएंट टाइम एंड रिसोर्सेस. वक्त दे दो, रिसोर्सेस भी दे दो. बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल क्या है? वी आर गिविंग दीज डेज MOU, मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, Maharatna, Miniratna, Navaratna statuses that we are giving. MOU why we are signing? We are telling PSUs now, देखो भाई तुम्हारा टारगेट इतना है, ये तुम्हें अचीव करना पड़ेगा. हम इंटरफियर नहीं करेंगे. We are giving you a target, you achieve the target, you come to us. We are giving you 1 year's time. So that freedom is also given to the PSUs these days so that they can perform by giving supportive feedback and by following employee suggestions. Feedback system has been made literally effective in the case of government-run PSUs. That is why we are seeing a lot of changes. That is also the reason why Air India got privatized. Because the feedback is coming from where? It is coming from social media. It is coming from us. It is coming from the opposition. It is coming from the general public. That why are you running something at such a huge loss when you can very well give it to the private players? Clear? Selecting people with required skills and knowledge, matching employees to jobs and communicating tasks required for the job are also an important part of this process. Means again, selecting the right people for the job. तो PSUs के अंदर एग्जाम लिखते हुए प्योर ऑब्जेक्टिव मेरिट बेसिस के ऊपर यू हैव टू मेक द सिलेक्शन, नॉट किसी पॉलिटिशियन के कहने पर. प्योर ऑब्जेक्टिव बेसिस पर वी शुड मेक द करेक्ट. अभिषेक, we have to make the selection. That is the idea here. Clear, people? Moving on. Number 2, increasing performance outcome instrumentalities. The most obvious way to improve outcome expectancies is to measure performance accurately and distribute more valued rewards to those with higher job performance. ये भी मैंने कहा है, PSUs के साथ आजकल क्या हो रहा है, जो PSUs अच्छे परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं उन्हें रखो. जो PSUs परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है, या तो ताला लगवा दो या तो भेज दो. करेक्ट? However, in addition to having a high performance based reward system, companies need to regularly communicate the system through examples, anecdotes, and public ceremonies and clearly demonstrate the link between valued rewards and performance. This is there in private companies. High performing employee, on what basis we have given that person promotion, on what basis we are given that person employee of the month award, on what basis we are giving a few people some cash prize. Companies make it very clear. Unfortunately, that system is not so applicable where in the government sector. Why? Two reasons are there. Let us say one district collector is there who dealt with disaster management. Another district collector is there who dealt with a riot. दोनों बेहतरीन काम किया है, लेकिन अब इनमें से किसको अवार्ड दे दोगे आप? It is not easy. When one collector has dealt with disaster, the other collector has dealt with riot, how will you decide that disaster is better than riot or riot handling is better than disaster management? We cannot actually come with an objective criteria there. That means the expectancy model also, if you see, largely you can only put it where performance can be quantified or measured. जहां आप परफॉर्मेंस मेजर कर सकते हैं, उसको एक आंकड़ा डाल सकते हैं, वहां पर आप ये सब इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. लेकिन जहां तक गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के तरफ अगर आप देखोगे तो हेल्थ सेक्टर, एजुकेशन सेक्टर या पब्लिक से जुड़े हुए कोई भी चीज आप देख लो, इट इज नॉट इजी टू गिव अ वैल्यू टू इट, या फिर मेजर करना इट इज नॉट इजी. Getting the picture? So there are limitations for its application where in the public sector. Private sector में आसान है. Clear? Obviously, Akshat, you can link it. You can definitely link it. Number 3, increasing outcome valences. Performance outcomes influence work effort only when those outcomes are valued by the employees. ये भी सही है. Whatever final reward or whatever you are keeping, the employee should value it, right? Employee should feel, अरे यार वो मिलेगा, promotion मिल जाएगा. Instead they are going to tell, okay, पूरे टीम को 10,000 रुपए मिल रहा है. पूरे टीम को मतलब हम लोग 10 लोग हैं टीम में, तो हर हर व्यक्ति को कितना मिलेगा? 1,000 रुपीज. विल बी लाइक 1,000, उतना ही. हाँ, लेकिन उसमें से हम पीएफ भी काट लेंगे, टैक्स भी काट लेंगे, ये भी काट लेंगे, वो भी काट लेंगे. देन यू विल ऑलमोस्ट फील लाइक, तो एक काम कर, 500 या 600 जो बचा हुआ आएगा वो आप ही रख लो. दैट इज व्हाट यू विल फील. The reward should be such that it is valued. Very, very important. This implies that companies must develop individualized reward systems. So that employees who perform well are offered a choice of rewards. This is there in many companies. That is, very recently also I saw across the news. In the last 1 year only, many companies were giving that opportunity. That is, between three car companies और 3 मॉडल्स ऑफ कार्स. एक मारुति का था, दूसरा टाटा का था, तीसरा hyundai का था. इन तीनों कार में से एक कार आप चुन सकते हैं एज बोनस. एंड दे गेव इट टू ऑल देयर एम्प्लॉयज. सम 25-30 एम्प्लॉयज कंपनी का था. पूरे पूरे के पूरे लोगों को कार का इनाम दे दिया. जो कार पहले जिनके पास कार है, दे कैन टेक अवे कैश रिवॉर्ड ऑल्सो. दिस वॉज द scheme given. Automatically people will be thrilled to receive it. And we understand this is where it becomes practical also, because हर व्यक्ति का valuation of a consequence अलग होगा. What I will value, it may not be valued by Abir, or what Abir values and I value, that may not be valued by Akshat. Each person will value things differently, the reward differently. तो उसके हिसाब से we should give it. This is the reason again where government machinery or bureaucracy fails. Give me 2 minutes, people. No, it is nothing to do with the winter. It is allergy. It keeps coming back. Something is like I keep telling you, there is something in this room which triggers it to me inside me. Anyway, coming back. Now, this is where, like I told you, bureaucracy fails. Because bureaucracy ultimately सबको मिलेगा दो तीन साल बाद अगर आप भी collect what is that once you get your this thing as a probationary officer, once you get your district posting within 1-2 years you will become a deputy collector or an assistant collector, then deputy collector, then collector. तो जो भी reward system that is associated with bureaucracy, चाहे वो पंचायती लेवल पर हो या सबसे ऊपर तक हो, it has nothing to do with what your performance. It will gradually happen. Decent तरीके से if you keep performing, you will keep getting your promotions on time. Your performance is not necessarily linked to your promotion. 2-3 साल बाद वो भी हो जाएगा, कलेक्टर बन जाएगा, उसके ऊपर डिविजनल कमिश्नर बन जाएगा. ये ऐसे 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 होते रहेंगे. I agree, there is a mid-career performance review that is there. But that is more to do with government ये सोच रहा है कि आपको रखना है सर्विस में या आपको टाटा बाय बाय देना है. Average level, if you are performing, not committed any major Himalayan blunder, you will remain in service. Getting the point here. So there is not much attraction here for an individual to perform. ज्यादा काम करके भी ये लोग क्या मुझे सैलरी क्या ज्यादा देगा या मुझे कोई रिवॉर्ड या अवार्ड मिलेगा? कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो मैं ज्यादा काम क्यों करूं? Unfortunately, this is the reason why government employees generally have no will actually to perform. Getting the point here. They don't have the will to perform. Why? There is no reason. Where is the attraction? Expectancy into instrumentality into valence is motivation. Valence नहीं है, valence zero है. Zero is the thing, because I am not the whatever reward you are talking about, there is no reward only for me. There is no valence. Valence is zero. Therefore, no motivation. Very few employees in few top group A level officers, there you will see they are motivated, they are pumped, very energetic. बाकी के गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में जितने भी लोगों को देखो आराम से बैठे हुए होंगे, इतना आराम से बैठे हुए होंगे that to a point where if you ask them to simply get up from their chair also, they find it very difficult. Clear? Very true, Abhishek. Incentive systems that allow employees to choose from a menu of available alternatives like a pay raise, additional vacation days, improved insurance benefits, or daycare facilities may serve to increase the satisfaction with the rewards that they receive. Now, when I ask my friends who are in the private field why they don't want to join government job, because interestingly, their parents are all from the government sector. When I ask them why you people are not preparing for a government job, these are the reasons that they give. They say that I can take vacation in my company. 1 week, 2 week, even leave. I said you can take leave in government also. He said, okay. Insurance benefit I'm having. What insurance benefit I have in the government sector? I said insurance is there. But then they ask, but उसके लिए भी बहुत सारा चिट्ठी कागज वगैरह वगैरह लिखना पड़ेगा. I said, yeah, that is there. It is not an easy process. It's a very difficult process. But you will get your insurance. He said, I will get my insurance in no time here. All I have to do is show my employee ID card. They'll connect with my insurance company and सब कुछ cashless हो जाएगा. Daycare facilities easily available in the private sector these days. Many companies are doing it because they want to retain their experienced employees. Getting the point here. So private sector में भी उनका ही अलग अलग benefits है. And obviously there is no risk of transfer होने का chance ही नहीं है. There are also performance outcomes that have negative balances that reduce the effectiveness of existing reward systems. For example, when there is peer pressure to perform at the minimum standard, formal rewards may not serve as motivators. Companies must therefore minimize the presence of such countervailant outcomes. इसका मतलब क्या है? रिवॉर्ड आपने तो रख लिया, लेकिन आपके आसपास जो काम कर रहे लोग जो है वो कह रहे हैं यार इतना भी भाव मत दिखा, थोड़ा कम परफॉर्म कर. नहीं, मुझे बेस्ट एम्प्लॉय, कोई बेस्ट एम्प्लॉय नहीं है। पिछले महीने ये बेस्ट एम्प्लॉय था, इस महीने मैं हूंगा, अगले महीने तू लेना, बस इतना ही काफी है। दिस एटीट्यूड may lead to what? This sort of an attitude. Whatever reward you keep, people are not going to perform. They will only perform at what? Their minimum standard. Private companies mein chances of this is very, 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 very less. Because I already told you in private companies, it is all about what? Differential piece weight system. Who works more gets the promotion faster. Generally, exceptions are there. I don't deny it. Who works more generally gets a better incentive. In a government field, you will be able to see this more. Even though a person wants to be non-corrupt, don't take bribe, etc., peer pressure can actually make that person corrupt. Peer pressure can make that person not to perform, not to clear the files that easily. All of this you will see where in a government sector only. Getting the point here. Any doubts still here, people? Evaluation of expectancy theory. Expectancy theory remains one of the better theories for predicting work effort and motivation. There is no doubt about it. One of the better theories. Because it makes sense. Consequence क्या है? क्या वो consequence मैं चाहता हूं? क्या मुझे ये काम करने के बाद क्या ये हो जाएगा? So it makes sense a lot. And it also talks about, although not directly talked about by Bloom, it was given by Porter and Lawler, even though they have added two additional things to it, skills and perception. So all of that is there. We agree. But still, it is a better or rather a more sensible theory compared to the earlier theories. Comparatively, it has been applied to a wide variety of studies such as predicting student motivation to participate in teaching evaluations, using a decision support system, leaving the organization and engaging in organizational citizenship behaviors. However, the theory seems to ignore the role of emotion in employee behavior. मतलब क्या है? एक हद तक ये थियरी इस्तेमाल कर कर आप प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कि एम्प्लॉय काम करना चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते हैं, इसका वजह क्या है. You can clearly make it out. There is no doubt about it. Because they have made it everything about what? The outcome. इतना काम करने के बाद मुझे क्या मिलेगा? Based on that outcome and how much valuable it is, based on that they have built this theory. सही बात है. We don't have any arguments with it. And that is exactly the problem with it also. They have associated everything with the consequence, the outcome, valuation, all of that. They have ignored emotion. Kabhi kavar, that is, there are days when sometimes it even happens, even though I love teaching, etc. Kabhi kavar, there are certain times where certain things done by a student can literally trigger. Not just me, any faculty. When we have a discussion, also faculties will say, sometimes the question that it comes na, जी करता है कि सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ कर जाओ. Just get some money, sell all, whatever this thing is there, settle down somewhere, कोई छोटा सा घर ले लो, what is it, and बंद करो सब. What is that? That is emotional. That is an emotional trigger point. Just like that, on some days it is like, okay, we have to do this, we have to do this also, we have to do this also for the student. Content prepare karo, ye karo, wo karo. That also comes. So these are emotional. Emotions also has an important effect on what? On your motivation or on your behavior. Just like how you are also, on some days you study well, some days you don't study. Getting the point here? Moving on to the next theory, equity theory. Equity theory. Now, this is the next theory. So, we are done with content theories. ये पूरा का पूरा हमने खत्म किया. Process theory we have started. In process theory, the next theory in line is equity theory. Expectancy देख लिया, अब equity theory हम देख लेंगे. Equity theory, Adams 1963 suggests that individuals engage in social comparison by comparing their efforts and rewards with those of relevant others. इंसान की सबसे बड़ी भूल सोशल कंपैरिजन. मैंने इतना काम किया, मुझे सिर्फ इतना मिला है, उसने तो उससे कम काम किया, उससे ज्यादा मिला, क्यों? Getting the point here. Now, if you see it that way, in a company, if you see in a same team, I am doing more work, I am coming on time, I am staying after time, I am putting in so much of effort, even after that, I am not getting the promotion that I expected. The person who comes on time, goes on time, and does not have my level of performance, that person got the promotion. I am like, Q. The manager tells me, it only shows you are inefficient. Why do you have to stay back to do the work? You have to do only that much work which is required. You are doing too much of work which is not required. ये हो गया, ये भी हो गया है. मेरे एक acquaintance के साथ ये भी हो गया था. Manager actually did not give the promotion, telling that you do overwork. Overwork is not required for this. You are doing too much. You may be a good worker, but you can never climb up to the level of a manager or the higher level. You don't have the acumen, the mental acumen to handle a team. Handling the team means you need to get them to do the work. You are working more, you are a hard worker. I don't deny it, but you don't have the mental ability to get work done in the shortest span of time. That is why I made him the team lead, not you. So automatically comparison will come. And the social comparison within a team, etc., where the performance barometers, etc., are all the same. क्योंकि सब लोग ऑफिस में आ रहे हैं, same environmental condition, same manager, same company, same policy for everybody, things are the same. इसका प्रॉब्लम कब हो जाएगा? When you take it at the any other level, चाहे वो स्कूल लेवल पर हो या फिर फैमिली लेवल पर हो या एनी अदर लेवल पर हो, then we will have a problem with this. Why? Now you think all are at the same level. They are not. I have many students who keep messaging me, sir, I am in the hospital now, and I'll be like, what? Why? What happened? My father has been admitted because 90% of his heart is blocked. 90%. Immediate surgery has to be done. I'll be like, hey, Bhagwan. Another student messages me telling me that, sir, I'm in the hospital right now. My mother is diagnosed with lung cancer. So now how can I say, compare the motivation level of the students where their parents are all fine, they are staying in their home, comfortably they are eating their parent home cooked food, etc. अच्छे खासे वक्त भी मिल रहा है parents के साथ झगड़ा करने के लिए. They are studying and they are not studying. झगड़े के वजह से. दूसरे तरफ जो लोग बच्चे हॉस्पिटल पे है, they are asking me, sir, what should I do with my preparation now because I don't know. I have cleared the prelims of the state service exam. What should I do for the mains? Because I'm not getting, I don't know how to prepare now because I'm obviously 24/7 inside the hospital. Can I make a social comparison there? Can I even say that all the students are undergoing through the same set of conditions? No. This is the trouble with the social comparison part. Taking it further forward, the perception of individuals about the fairness of their rewards relative to others influences their level of motivation. Equity exists when individuals perceive that the ratio of efforts to rewards is the same for them as it is for others to whom they compare themselves. मतलब इक्विटी कब आएगा? इक्विटी तेरे क्या कह रहे हैं? सब जहां पर सबको वही एफर्ट्स डालना पड़ेगा, वही रिवॉर्ड मिलने के लिए, then people will be motivated. But where the rewards are different for everybody, then people will not feel motivated. ये सही है ग्रुप बी सी डी सर्विसेज के साथ. Let us be very honest. They are the hardworking ones. They are. Collector, etc. I'm not telling they are not hardworking. They are smart working people. They have to manage the team. फोन उठाओ, ये करो, वो करो, ये करो, वो करो, ये मत करो. That is what they are doing. Handling, administration, ground level work, constable, sub-inspector, village office, tehsildar. Getting the point here. Now they will feel what? इतना काम हम कर रहे हैं और एसपी आ गया, कल का बिना मूंछ भी निकला नहीं है ठीक से उसका चेहरे पर, और वो आ गया प्रेस के सामने भाव दिखाने के लिए कि उसने कैसे खतरनाक तरीके से, हाउ डिड ही कैप्चर द क्रिमिनल्स, वी ओनली डिड द डोंकी वर्क एंड डर्टी वर्क. They will feel it, right? Reward and attention and media visibility as well as public tali goes for the SP. जब मुझे मालूम है उसको ही ताली मिलने वाला है, मैं क्यों इतना काम करूं? Got the point here? So automatically they will feel law and order is everybody. Okay, we are all part of this law and order. एसपी से लेकर कांस्टेबल तक. लेकिन सिर्फ एसपी जो कम से कम एफर्ट डाला है उसको मिल रहा है ताली, और मैंने जहां पर इतना व्हाट इज इट रात के 2 बजे मुजरिम के पीछे भागकर उसे पकड़कर उसके हाथ से मार भी खाया, व्हाट एम आई गेटिंग? नथिंग. सो ऑटोमेटिकली व्हाट विल हैपन? देयर इज नो इक्विटी देयर. There is no equity there. Why? Reward is more for the SP with less effort. I get zero reward with 100% effort. So what will happen then? You are no more motivated to do the job. You end up having a lot of bitterness inside you. Go to any government office, B, C, D service को आप ध्यान से देख लो. There will be always what? Bitter. अंदर से अंदर always एक खड़ूस के टाइप they will behave. Why? खुद को दोष दे रहा है. If I had studied a little more, यहां पर फंस गया मैं, अब निकल भी नहीं सकता, यही हो गया मेरा काम अभी. That sort of bitterness. Inequity exists when individuals perceive that the ratio of efforts to rewards is different for them and than it is for others to whom they compare themselves. There are two types of inequity: under reward and over reward. Under reward occurs when a person believes that she puts in more effort than another, yet receives the same reward, or puts in the same effort as another for a less reward. Very good, Abhishek. Again, the same thing. I am putting the same effort or I am putting more effort, but everybody got the same reward. Everybody got the same reward. Then why should I put in more effort? She puts in more effort than another, yet receives the same reward. No special mention, nothing. Or puts in the same effort as another for a lesser reward. I put in the same effort as, let us say, Abhishek, but I got more, Abhishek got less. Inequity, under reward it is. For instance, if an employee works longer hours than her co-worker, yet they receive the same salary, the employee would perceive inequity in the form of under reward. Conversely, with over reward, a person will feel that his efforts to rewards ratio is higher than another person's, such that he is getting more for putting in the same effort or getting the same reward even with less effort. ये over reward का चीज we can see it in the government phase, government circle. Why? ज्यादा काम करोगे तो भी प्रमोशन मिलने वाला है, कम काम करोगे तो भी प्रमोशन मिलने वाला है, तो कम काम ही क्यों ना करें? Like I told you, Himalayan blunder. Himalayan blunder, and I keep telling in government circle, what does it mean? I will tell you. Number one, big ghotala, big time ghotala. All right. Number two, especially for the males here in my class, sexual harassment, case of sexual abuse, rape, all of that, or of inappropriate behavior towards the female staff. Number three, you did some nonsense publicly, पूरे मीडिया के सामने, नंगा होने के बराबर. These three Himalayan blunders, as long as you don't do, average level of performance if you maintain, you will also become collector, you will also become under secretary, joint secretary, जो भी बनना है आप भी बन जाओगे. Getting the point? So this we can clearly see in the government sector. That is, there is no special incentive awaiting you. So why should I perform? तो आप में से कुछ लोग ज्यादा काम करने वाले होंगे. एज अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर आप में से कुछ लोग कम करने वाले होंगे. Will that make actually any effective difference? No. सबको अपने अपने प्रमोशन उसी वक्त ही मिलेगा जैसे बाकी लोगों को मिल रहा है. Definitely. Lateral entry is also a case of this. Lateral entry, see, lateral entry, there are two ways to look at it. If lateral entry is happening purely on the basis of transparency and merit, then what is it? We may say it that it is a good thing. People from private, they are getting rewarded for their efficiency, for their high performance. They are getting a reward. True. Problem is now when that whole thing is not based on what, the whole thing is very, very opaque. What basis they have been selected? ये कैसे बन गया जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी? सो कल तक आप समझ रहे थे कि मैं बन जाऊंगा जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी. यू वेंट होम, यू टोल्ड इट टू योर हस्बैंड, यू टोल्ड इट टू योर वाइफ, यू टोल्ड इट टू योर चिल्ड्रन ऑल्सो. पापा को प्रमोशन मिलने वाला है या मम्मी को प्रमोशन मिलने वाला है. यू आर ऑल वेरी एक्साइटेड ये करके. Suddenly you see somebody came from the side and entered. And then you start questioning. You start questioning everything. You are like, तो फिर इतने साल इतना मेहनत क्यों किया? यूपीएससी एग्जाम लेकर आज तक जितने भी काम किया, why? If somebody had to come from the side, you get very angry, you go to your minister or you go to your senior and tell, sir, this is not done. The senior is also like, I'm helpless because this was a direct decision from the PMO's office. And look, this is the order. Even the minister also is very surprised. He never knew that this is going to happen. In fact, we all wanted you as the joint secretary. Now what will happen? Again under reward. You will also feel, why should I work so hard? Then you will stop looking forward for promotion. A vacancy hai. If you apply, you may get. When your senior comes and tells next time, you will be like, मैं apply भी नहीं करने वाला हूँ. Your senior will be like, but why? Not interested. If the government really wants, they can put an appointment order and they can appoint me. I am not going to apply. Apply kar kya? What is it? Till finishing line, I would have done all the work. Then somebody will come at the end and they will say, take the trophy and say, thank you, but I am going to take away the trophy. Then why should I work? Getting the point here. So lateral entry can actually lead to what? Can actually discourage the hardworking or the motivated IAS, IPS officers who are expecting a career growth, but it is going to get hampered when they know that whatever vacancies are there at the middle level or at the top level, that has been taken over by lateral entrants. So they'll automatically start questioning, then why should I itna bhav kyun dikhawa? See, it is not belief system alone, right? It is not just belief system. Once you enter the service, you will understand. Once you enter the service, it is not actually a belief system and all. There, everything will matter. Which politician you know, how much you are performing, all the things will matter. So it is always not that only the high performing individuals will keep getting progressively, they will keep going forward. The most pathetic officers also will keep moving forward, and you will be wondering, ये कैसे यहाँ पर इसे इसे किसे इस पोस्ट पर बिठा दिया? So it is not to do with the feeling alone. Everything is there. It is not just a feeling. I understand. It is now you will. What is it when you say, okay, simple logic, simple. When I was preparing, I have seen people. That is, one guy was there. Now my friend was there. I think I have already shared it with the old batch. रात के 10 बजे से लेकर, यानी कि खाना खाने के बाद 10 बजे से लेकर सुबह का 6 या 8 बजे तक he will sit and watch web series after web series. बिंज वॉचिंग जब एक टर्म भी नहीं था, मेरे ख्याल से नेटफ्लिक्स सब इंडिया में आने के पहले ही he will keep downloading all the international web series which are available in what is it in Telegram etc. या फिर इंटरनेट से he will download it, sit and watch back to back. तो रात में सोने से पहले when we finish eating, the last thing that we see is he is sitting there in one small what is it, Bermuda shorts, bare body, and he'll be sitting there watching it. वो भी ऐसे lazy, laid back, he will sit and watch. We used to, यार ये क्या है? Morning when we wake up and come 5 a.m. 6 a.m. again we will see this fellow. We'll be like, yeah, because it's such a pathetic sight. लिविंग रूम में खुलेआम एक आदमी बिना कोई कपड़े, बस एक बरमोड़ा चड्डी पहनकर ऐसे वेब सीरीज देख रहा है. वी आर ऑल बिजी प्रिपेयरिंग, स्टडीइंग ऑल ऑफ दैट. नाउ we all got main selection, we are all preparing for mains, we are doing this note, that note, we are reading this, reading that. तब भी ये बंदा क्या कर रहा है? He is sitting and watching web series. To a point where each and every one of us, including me, everyone were getting angry on. We were telling that at least go somewhere and sit and watch. You're such a negative influence. Still, he'll be sitting there and watching. Means he has also cleared. I mean, he has also got the, what is it, prelims he has cleared. He is also supposed to prepare for the mains. Mains results finally comes. None of us have cleared it. Interview, nobody has got. Each one of us is checking our mark. All of us almost on the same level. Same marks इधर होता. 10 mark उसका ज्यादा था, 15 mark इसका कम है, etc. etc. Finally, we check this fellow's marks. He is at least 100 marks more than all of us. 100 marks more than all of us. अब क्या लगोगे आपको? दोस्त, in the Three Idiots movie, there is a dialogue, right? दोस्त फेल हो जाए दर्द होता है, लेकिन उससे भी ज्यादा दर्द होता है जब दोस्त फर्स्ट हो जाता है. We understood what was that feeling that day. That point, forget the sadness that we didn't clear. We were all actually really angry over the fact that how the hell did he get so much marks when he has not put that effort? Same kamre mein hai. Because 8 baje ke baad, it is not that he is going to sit and study. He will sleep. He will wake up in the afternoon, he will eat, again he will sleep. 5 or 6 o'clock, he will wake up, go out, go to the temple, pray and come back. लैपटॉप ओपन किया, he will start downloading the web series उस हफ्ते के लिए. Now automatically what are you feeling? ये नाइंसाफी है. That how is this possible? इतना हार्ड वर्क तो हमने डाल दिया, and how is it that he is having 100 marks more than us? That is, I will, to put it in perspective, he was 4 marks short of getting the interview call. Same set of conditions, same PG, whether everything same khana, but he got more marks. Automatically you will feel cheated. System corrupt hai, ye galat hai, ye kaise ho sakta hai, all that. So it's a natural thing. Automatically you will start feeling, why should I put so much of efforts? Maybe I should also sit and watch the movies then. See, one thing is, whenever he used to write mains that time, he will make whatever the question was, he will make blocks like this, flow charts like this, and he will write keywords. Then he will explain those keywords. This was his main strategy. We used to go for the traditional strategy, which is what likho likho lambe paragraph, lambe sentences, lambe paragraph. He followed the strategy everywhere. Then few datas he by hearted. ओके, इलिटरेसी रेट इतना है, ये उतना है, करने में कितनी देर लगेगा? डेटा बाय हार्ट करने के लिए कितना देर लगेगा? इलिटरेसी में सबसे वर्स्ट कौन सा है, सबसे बेस्ट कौन सा है? So all those facts he remembered. Then few pointers here and there. That's it. So he prepared smart, no doubt about it. But he never prepared hard. Why? He did not do answer writing practice. He did not analyze. He did analyze the P by Q. That is also there. But he did not do the current affairs of that year. So because of these two things, what happened? He fell back and did not practice answer writing even once. Even once. We were doing answer writing after answer writing, writing topic after topic, etc. But we didn't follow the simple strategy. Data याद रखो. Because अगर डेटा है आपके पास, आप जवाब जो भी चाहे आप लिख सकते हैं. Getting the picture here. So he made it very simple. But simplicity has to be matched with what? Equally with what? Hard work, which he didn't do. Getting the point here. The theory suggests that there are 4 possible references for comparison. Self-insight. The employee compares his experience in the present position with the experiences of those holding a similar position in the same organization. That is why even when I review your answer, the first and foremost thing I keep telling you is, where is the data? Where is the data? And I ask you to make small flowcharts, small diagrams. This is the reason. Because it comes from experience only. Because ek kamre mein, I'll tell you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people not getting the adequate marks for means. One alone coming very close to the interview call. अब 6 लोग मिलकर क्या गलती की? पढ़ाई तो की, रट्टा भी मार दिया, लेकिन not according to what the demand was of that topic. That is the blunder what we made. What was the blunder he made? Didn't even practice one answer. Didn't even practice one essay. Clear, people? Now, present position, similar position. That is the first thing that you will do. If you are also a district collector, another person is also, that is the Dhrudilata as well as Abhishek. Both are district collectors. So you will compare and see. यार ध्रुतिलता के कमरा तो इससे भी ज्यादा बड़ा है, मेरा कमरा तो इतना छोटा है. ये क्यों? Because of the area where she is posted. It matters again which district you are posted and how important that district is. उसके हिसाब से आपके ऑफिस बड़ा भी हो सकता है, छोटा भी हो सकता है. Self outside. The employee compares his experiences in the present position with the experiences of those holding a similar position in another organization. This is only possible in a private company. That is, if I'm a manager in a private company here, I'll compare my salary with the same role of a manager in another company. So ये वाला चीज ज्यादा से ज्यादा आप प्राइवेट कंपनी में ही देख सकते हैं. Other insight. The employee compares his experience in the present position with the experience of another individual or a group of individuals holding a different position but belonging to the same organization. This is very much possible between IAS, IPS and IRs. Like I tell you, IAS, IPS, they will get all the limelight initially. They will get all the attention. Throughout their career, they will get. But where IRS से लेकर जितने भी सेंट्रल ग्रुप ए सर्विसेज है, IAS, IPS बाकी के सर्विसेज को देखकर होने लगेगा, यार वो लोग तो देखो, कम से कम वो लोग घर जा रहे हैं, परिवार से मिलते हैं, उनके बच्चे भी उनके साथ हैं. मेरा जिंदगी तो देखो, बच्चे बोर्डिंग स्कूल पे है, बीवी अपने घर गए हुए हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पर व्हाट इज इट फैसिलिटीज उतना नहीं है, ये कहकर वो गए गए वहां पर। अभी 2 महीने बाद वो वापस आएंगे। सो कंपैरिजंस विल बी देयर, यू विल ऑलवेज कंपेयर। वरास ग्रुप ए सर्विस वाले वो कैसे कंपेयर, बोलो क्या यार देखो यार, बनना तो आईएएस बनना था, क्या गाड़ी है, क्या फैसिलिटीज है, कलेक्टर्स का बंगला देखा है, हमारे यहाँ के क्वार्टर्स का 3 गुना ज्यादा बड़ा है। कांस्टेंट कंपैरिजन। In other words, other insight, the easiest way to remember is that what grass is always greener on the other side. जो आदमी के पास सबसे क्या नहीं है वो इसके पीछे ही भागेगा। Getting the point here. आगे other outside. The employee compares his experience in the present position with that of another individual or group of individuals holding a different position and belonging to a different organization. Again, like I told you, this largely works only with private company. And this is what is the reason why in private companies you would have heard of this thing. I am looking for a change in my current role. यानी कि जो आदमी सेल्स टीम में काम कर रहा है उससे अगर आप जाकर पूछोगे तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा सेल्स टीम में जो भी लोग काम कर रहा है they'll be trying really hard to get their profile changed. सेल्स से कोई और टीम, टेक्निकल टीम या फिर टेक्नोलॉजी टीम या फिर कोई बैकएंड टीम या फिर एचआर टीम, किसी और टीम में घुसने के लिए they'll be trying. Why? They feel it is more secure. Getting the point here. यहाँ पर भी like I told you, studio representatives like not only me, they also tell me, sir, there is no growth in this field actually. So we are trying our best to shift our shift our career to some other job. So that is there. That always will be there in the private field. गवर्नमेंट में इट इज नॉट एट ऑल पॉसिबल। गवर्नमेंट में सिर्फ इतना ही पॉसिबल है, गवर्नमेंट से आप प्राइवेट सेक्टर जा सकते हैं, गवर्नमेंट से आप प्राइवेट सेक्टर जा सकते हैं देखकर या प्राइवेट सेक्टर में सैलरी ज्यादा है वहां पर जाकर काम करेंगे, या फिर यार खुद का बिजनेस शुरू करेंगे। व्हाई शुड आई बी इन गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर, एटलीस्ट आई हैव कंप्लीट फ्रीडम देयर। गेटिंग द पॉइंट। सो टोटल शिफ्ट इट विल बी, total shift. We cannot call it is a similar organization. That won't be say. That we cannot say. It will be a total shift. Clear? Whatever be the source of reference comparison, individuals are motivated to reduce perceived iniquity and may attempt to reduce perceived iniquity in various ways. ये सही है। जहां पर आपको लग रहा है कि भाई मुझे अंडर रिवॉर्ड कर रहा है, मुझे जितना मिलना है वो नहीं मिल रहा है, any individual will try to let it go. Getting the point? Like I remember still, me along with an army officer, an ex-army officer, came to join for SSC. वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जॉब के लिए ज्वाइन करने के लिए आ गया। एक हफ्ते नहीं, आई थिंक 2 हफ्ते वी आर सिटिंग इन द हेडक्वार्टर्स फ्रॉम मॉर्निंग टिल इवनिंग। क्यों? पोस्टिंग मिला नहीं अभी तक। ज्वाइनिंग ऑर्डर्स तो आ गया लेकिन पोस्टिंग मिला नहीं है। आई डोंट नो व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ वाहियात सिस्टम इज दैट। ज्वाइनिंग ऑर्डर का मतलब क्या है? यू आर ज्वाइनिंग इमीडिएटली टू द जॉब एंड यू आर गिवन ट्रेनिंग एज यू आर इन द जॉब। करेक्ट? नो, 2 हफ्ते सुबह जाओ टू द हेडक्वार्टर्स, 10 बजे से लेकर 5 बजे ऐसे ही बैठो, ऐसे ही। दैट्स इट। यू आर होल्डिंग योर स्लीप एंड सिटिंग देयर, nothing else you can do. You can go to the canteen, drink coffees as much as you want, all that you can do, but no work. एक हफ्ते निकल गया। The next week, what happened? That military officer had it. He said, this is the reason why this country is not progressing. Look at the way they are wasting human energy. Look at the way they are wasting human resource. एक A4 size paper निकाल दिया वहां से and gave his resignation then and there, and he threw it there and he said, I don't want your job. Other employees for a minute they are like, नहीं आप शांत हो जाइए। He said, no shanti and all. For what salary you are giving me, I can go start a business and that will pay me more than this. Sitting here simply from morning till evening. For what joy? He left the place. Why? He felt it is under rewarding. सुबह से शाम तक जब मैं बैठ रहा हूं, and I will be very honest here, government job, not all government job requires you to be present in the office from morning till evening. बहुत सा, क्योंकि कंप्यूटर्स का इस्तेमाल होने की वजह से बहुत ऐसा काम भी है जो आप घर में भी बैठकर कर सकते हैं, विच आर नॉट वेरी क्रिटिकल, या फिर 4-5 घंटे के बाद आप निकल सकते हैं वहां से, लेकिन नहीं। लाइक स्कूल चिल्ड्रन, यू हैव टू कीप वेटिंग विद अवर, लिटरली वी यूज्ड टू डू दैट। काम सब कुछ खत्म, वी यूज्ड टू वेट 4, 4:30, अब क्या करें, 5 बजे, 5 बजे के लिए 5 मिनट, इमीडिएटली 5, वी रन लाइक स्कूल चिल्ड्रन आउटसाइड। व्हाई? दिस इज द रीजन। सो पीपल हु फील दैट यार इतना अगर मुझे बैठना है, खुद का बिजनेस खोलकर, इफ आई स्पेंड 10 hours देयर, दैट विल गिव मी फार बेटर सैलरी या फिर फार बेटर प्रॉफिट। Change the input. A person may change his or her level of effort. An employee who feels under rewarded is likely to work less hard. Typical story in a government job. Especially, like I told you, ग्रुप बी सी डी में हमें ये देखने के लिए मिलेगा। वैसे भी तो प्रमोशन मिलने वाला नहीं है, 10 साल बाद या 15 साल बाद ही आएगा, और जब आएगा तो सबको आएगा। तो वाई शुड आई वर्क सो हार्ड? लेट इट बी ना। Change the outcome. A person may try to change his or her reward, such as by asking for a raise or making unauthorized use of company resources. That is, we are basically talking about corruption here. Corruption also, let me tell you, when I was actually working also, I understood one thing very easily in the initial days of my service itself. You cannot blame the Group C, Group D workers for actually being corrupt. I am not supporting corruption, mind you. Don't misconstrue this statement now. That Nikhil sir told Group C, Group D वाले corruption अगर कर रहा है तो वो सही है. No, I am telling आप उन्हें blame नहीं कर सकते. Because price rise is here. Average school these days, यानी कि मेरे जमाने में अगर कहीं पर, that is my friend and all had studied in Ooty school, Hebron it is called. तो उस जमाने में वहां पर आई थिंक इट वाज 1 लाख, जब मैं स्कूलिंग कर रहा था वो भी स्कूलिंग कर रहे थे, तो उस जमाने में इट वाज 1 लाख वाज द फीस देयर. It makes sense also. Why I will tell you, they have a proper basketball court, tennis court, hockey court, swimming pool, सब कुछ है, you name it they have it. So there is nothing wrong in paying 1 lakh as fees there. आजकल आप देखो, गिटा लाइक नॉर्मल स्कूल, बिल्डिंग है, यूनिफॉर्म है, बस है, दैट्स इट. उतना बड़ा टीचर्स, नथिंग इज देयर. Such schools are also charging around 1 lakh, 2 lakh as what? Annual school fees. Where is the salary to pay this? Where is the salary? Literally, if you look at the groups, and in some cases I'll tell you, group B, C, D का अगर आप हालात देखोगे तो it is almost like government is trying to tell them, बेटा आप बस हाथ से मुंह तक एक्सिस्टेंस ही आपके लिए काफी है. मतलब you won't be able to save anything, you won't be able to buy anything, you can eat your food, sleep well, go for work, that's it. So automatically what will happen? Corruption is bound to happen, no doubt about it. Change the comparison, others inputs. A person may change the behavior of the reference person, perhaps by encouraging that person to put forth more effort. That is, now if I am a high performing employee, and now somebody like, let's say Abhishek is coming and telling me again and again, you are only getting this high performance. Tell us now, what is the secret? How are you able to perform so much? And I'm telling it to Abhishek, Abhishek, see, listen, I am still single. You are married. So I work even in my odd hours. I have nothing to do at home. तो आप भी कर सकते हो, आप भी ऐसे ऐसे करोगे तो आपका भी परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ सकता है. So Abhishek understands, oh, okay, I am working even after going. Then Abhishek will be like, okay, then in that case तो fine. या फिर मैं अभिषेक से कह रहा हूं कि आई एम डूइंग these things, that is why my performance is increasing. Abhishek also will try to do it. Clear? Change the comparison of others' outcomes. A person may change the outcome of the reference person, perhaps by asking the boss to stop giving favorable treatment to him or her. Again, in private company, largely. Because there, to an extent, this favoritism all will work. Government sector, again, state service में possible है. Government sector में, it could be to do with what? Nepotism. आप आपके एम्प्लॉय से सीनियर से जाकर नहीं कह सकते आपने उससे जो ये दे दिया है, not possible. What is it? The preference that you have given, not at all possible. Immediately take it back. Can you do that there in a government sector? Absolutely not. So, what is it again? During when I was in service again, one fine day we are seeing immediately the transfer order for an employee comes straight away to from our city, our office to another office in another state. Another state में immediately with immediate effect this should be carried out. We were like ये क्या है? Because the policy at that time was interzonal transfer freeze करके रखा है, यानी कि आप आपके जोन के अलावा आप कहीं और नहीं जा सकते. अगर आपका स्टेट, अगर लेट अस से इट इज द स्टेट ऑफ तेलंगाना, you have to be in Telangana only. You cannot ask for a transfer to Hyderabad. Thus they have frozen and kept. पहले आराम से मिलते थे, but अभी क्या किया है? Government ने उसे freeze करके रखा है. So everybody knew it that this has been frozen and kept. You cannot apply for an interzonal transfer. Suddenly we see from the highest level an order comes that this particular this thing उनका transfer कर दो अभी के अभी ये कहकर. Because it had come from the highest level. What we also did, we dropped everything. जो भी routine काम थे हमने सब उसे रुकवा कर इनकी ये जो ट्रांसफर जो है वो हमने भी स्मूथ करवा दिया. So can we go and question the commissioner now and ask ये आपने क्यों किया? आपने सिर्फ एक एम्प्लॉय के लिए क्यों ये फेवरेटिज्म दिया? Nobody, you cannot do that. प्राइवेट कंपनी में कम से कम आप क्या कर सकते हैं? You can make it an HR issue. एक मेल अगर आप शूट करोगे तो मैनेजर का भी वाट हो जाएगा, वाट लगेगा, बट नॉट इन अ गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर. Change the comparison. A person experiencing iniquity may change the reference person. 1 minute. Yeah. A person experiencing iniquity may change the reference person and compare him or herself to a different person to assess equity. This is what our parents will do. This is what our parents generally do. That is, they are, let us say, my mother is comparing me with Abhishek. Abhishek is always performing well. एक दिन आ गया जब मैं अभिषेक से ज्यादा परफॉर्म किया. Immediately what my mother will do is she'll stop comparing me with Abhishek. Now she will start comparing me with खुशी. क्यों? अभिषेक को मैंने डिफीट किया, अब अभिषेक अच्छा नहीं है कंपैरिजन के लिए. Now you are comparing yourself with खुशी. 1 minute people. Yeah. the person of you change the person of comparison, your point of reference को आप बदल रहे हो ताकि आपको भी लगे क्या ये मेरा बराबर है. Change one's perception. A person may believe that the coworker is doing more or that the higher outcomes that the other receives are no better than that his or hers. ये भी सही है. सोच बदल दो. He is performing more than me. Kushi is performing more than me. So if Kushi gets a reward, then it makes sense, right? That is how it is supposed to be. या फिर IAS हो, IPS हो, government service हो, ultimately what it is just a job. काम करो, अगर ऑर्डर है, काम नहीं, ऑर्डर नहीं है तो relax. So even like today morning also, I was uploading these polity videos. Now some changes are happening to the YouTube channel, the PW only IAS English YouTube channel. 8 January को एक important announcement होने वाला है. So what has happened is because of that they have asked me, okay, recording अभी के लिए सर थोड़ा hold पे रखो. So I am not doing recording since the last couple of days. एक मैंने आप दोनों के बैचेस को क्लब कर दिया तो 11:30 to 1:30 हो गया है क्लास, वरना नॉर्मली 2 to 4 भी रहता था. तो सडनली व्हाट हैपेंड, इट इज ऑलमोस्ट लुकिंग एज इफ मेरे पास काम ही नहीं है. वरना सुबह 6 बजे या 5:30 बजे आई हैड टू वेक अप, प्रिपेयर पॉलिटी, प्रिपेयर फॉर बैच 1, प्रिपेयर फॉर बैच 2, देन कम बैक होम, देन इन बिटवीन द सिट एंड रिव्यू योर पेपर्स एंड ऑल दैट. इतना काम था कि सडनली मैंने वोक अप टुडे, आई एम लाइक अरे यार ऐसा लग रहा है कि काम नहीं है. माय वाइफ इमीडिएटली टोल्ड मी, सी लिसन, व्हेन यू गेट, you don't take any break that okay I want a full day break, don't take like that, but when your work burden is reducing, enjoy it, take it in the stride. Similarly, जब लग रहा है कि काम नहीं है, चिल मार, ऑर्डर आ गया है, काम कर, बस leave the field. A person may avoid thinking about the iniquity by keeping away from the office, moving to another department, or quitting the job, applying for transfer, या फिर deputation. Clear, people? Any doubts so far, people? All right. While research suggests that under reward motivates individuals to resolve the iniquity, research also indicates that the same is not true for over reward. यानी कि अगर मुझे कम रिवॉर्ड मिल गया है मेरे काम के लिए, then I will try to resolve that issue. I literally go and ask, why have you given her more than me? I'll try to find a reason to it. That is not the case with over reward. जैसे individuals who are over rewarded often engage in cognitive dissonance, convincing themselves that their efforts and rewards are equal to another's. So this I will tell you now. My friend, he had not cleared the UPSC. पूरा इंटरव्यू सब कुछ जाने के बाद फुल दिल टूटा था कि यार क्या हुआ मेरे साथ, ऑल दैट. तो उसके दोस्त जो है उसे एडवाइस कर रहा है कि मेंस में you need to put more effort in your means. Your writing needs to improve. My friend was holding his this thing, temper and his this thing. He was trying to, and he was nodding his head to everything. Why he was holding his temper was my friend was from general category. The other individual who is advising him had reservation. Interestingly enough, as ironical as it may be, my friend had more marks than him. जो अभी इसको एडवाइस दे रहा है कि तू मेंस पर ध्यान दे, has more marks than him in mains. हर सब्जेक्ट में उससे ज्यादा मार्क्स है, लेकिन उसके पास रिजर्वेशन था, वो आगे निकल गया. ये जनरल कैटेगरी से था, he couldn't clear. That is cognitive dissonance. That is, you are trying to tell yourself, आपको ओवर रिवॉर्ड मिल गया है, बट यू आर ट्राइंग टू टेल योरसेल्फ ये मेरे मेहनत की वजह से और मेरे लगान और कोशिश की वजह से ये सब हुआ है. भैया रिजर्वेशन को भी धन्यवाद दे दो. I was also a reserved candidate. Let me tell you that before anybody thinks that देखो सर रिजर्वेशन के खिलाफ है. No, I am not against reservation. But my point here is acknowledge it. If you are a candidate who has, because you have entered the service because of reservation means, please be honest about it. हाँ भाई मुझे रिजर्वेशन की वजह से ये मिल गया है. Be honest about it. There is nothing. शर्माने वाली बात क्या है इसमें? जब रिजर्वेशन लेने में आपको शर्मिंदा नहीं है, यानी कि नॉट रिजर्वेशन लेने में, रिजर्वेशन के फल से जो भी फल आपको मिल रहा है उसमें आप नहीं शर्मा रहे, तो रिजर्वेशन है, मैं रिजर्वेशन का कैंडिडेट हूं, ये बोलने में भी आपको शर्म नहीं होनी चाहिए. You have to be very vocal about it. So that is the issue there. People who get the over reward, they try to convince themselves that everything is the same. I also put the same effort like you, but I got through. It's not true. Evidence also reveals that some employees decrease their motivation and effort, others increase it, and still others show no change in response to over reward inequity. मतलब कुछ लोग अपना एफर्ट कम कर देंगे, कुछ लोग ज्यादा कर देंगे, और कुछ लोग कोई चेंज नहीं करेंगे. Many will feel there is no use in putting so much of effort. Many will feel what? नहीं, इससे ज्यादा मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. Many will feel they will continue to do the same thing. So my friend also continued to increase his efforts, everything. Because he understood general categories, when you are fighting, you have to up your game. There is no doubt about it. You have to. That is the reality. Reality ये है, हकीकत ये है, समझ लो, मान लो. Exactly. It is all about that. It's all a matter of dignity. If you're taking reservation, be dignified enough to accept it, to tell it openly that yes, it is because of reservation that I have cleared. What is wrong in that? चोरी छुपी तो कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो ना, खुल्लम खुल्ला बता दो. लेकिन I will tell you, in our country, at least before the Pooja Khedkar's episode, why this was kept as a secret is many people who are ineligible for reservation were getting it. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. Pooja Khedkar's episode cannot be the first episode in the country of people who have misused the reservation policy. Impossible. Clear? One approach to resolving these conflicting findings has involved understanding individual differences in equity sensitivity. Huseman, Hatfield, and Miles proposed that employees can be classified into one of the three categories of equity preferences: benevolent, equity sensitive, entitled. Preferring a lower outcome or input ratio than comparison to others. Preferring an equal outcome or input ratio in comparison to others. Entitled, preferring a higher outcome or input ratio in comparison to others. मतलब क्या है? कुछ लोग ऐसे होंगे ना, जैसे I will tell you, Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan, 26/11 hero. So when they went around, when he got killed in the Taj Mahal rescue operation, when he got killed, later his colleagues, his juniors, everybody in his team used to come and tell stories about him to his parents. Training के वक्त भी Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan will ace all the obstacle course, everything. And at every point they'll keep little water them. वो पानी इसलिए रखा, that is the reward there. But what he will do is, as soon as he reaches there is, he will take that water and start pouring the glass, and whoever is coming after him, he will give it to them. Then he will tell, move on, chal, chal, aage chal. He'll keep telling. Sometimes what will happen is that entire water also will get over, and he will just, when the next person comes, that the last bit of water also says, bas itna hi hai. He will not drink. He will not drink. And he told his mom, this was shared by his mother to me, that one day he went to his mom, he hugged her and told her, Amma, I know nothing will happen, but let us say something happened to me. Never ever, no, one second. Yeah. He told his mom, never pray that nothing should happen to me. Never pray like that. Because think, if your God decides to protect me, God will take some other soldier's life. And imagine what pain that mother will go through. You are strong, right? If anything happens to me, thank God that another mother is not crying, because God's decided to take away your son. I'm telling you, this is a literal conversation he had with his mother. Literal conversation. His mother, obviously, mothers being mothers, they were like, what nonsense are you talking? How can? And that too, only son, only child. No siblings, only child he is. What nonsense? He was like, no, you must understand. You're an army officer's mother now. You should think like that. You should continue like that. You pray for my health. I have no issues. But never pray that nothing should happen to me. Because then it would mean that God will decide to take somebody else's life. Who can think like this? Can we think like that? Hey Bhagwan, मुझे मत उठाओ. मेरे पड़ोस, what is it? मेरे पड़ोस के बाकी लोगों को ठीक रखो. मुझे उठाना है तो मुझे बुला दो. No, we don't do that. That is benevolent behavior. That is benevolent behavior. Equity sensitive, बराबरी. सब बराबर होना चाहिए. No difference in anything. Equal outcome or input ratio for everybody. Entitled. Preferring a higher outcome or input ratio than comparison to others. Effort is the same, लेकिन मुझे कुछ extra मिलना चाहिए. That sort of a feeling. There are individuals who do that. मुझे कुछ extra मिलना चाहिए. Getting the point here. Accordingly, under reward inequity leads to higher motivation among benevolent employees than equity sensitive and entitled employees. अगर आपका रिवॉर्ड कम हो गया, benevolent employees will actually work more. Why? Preferring a lower outcome or input ratio than comparison to others. बाकी लोग का उतना नहीं चाहिए, उससे भी थोड़ा कम. That means it's a true sign of a leader. Getting the point here, true sign of a leader. When A.K. Antony was the defense minister, now there are criticisms on him on multiple level about the poor defense policies that he maintained when he was a defense minister. But one of the most sweeping changes that he brought in the army was, whenever he used to visit any army meeting or whatever, any army camp, if he visits, he will never sit with the officers and have food. He'll straight away go to the barracks of the lower rank, Javans and all that. There he will go just to see what they are eating. And it is being said, I'm not sure to what extent it is true, it is because of his repeated visits like that, the food was made the same everywhere. But officers के लिए एक अलग type का food, lower level में, the food was different. I have heard of this, but I'm not sure again to what extent it is true. But A.K. Antony, I'm pretty sure, I know him because he's from the state of Kerala, not personally, but I know him as a politician, one of the most cleanest politicians in India. That much I will tell you. That is, his wife is having more money than him. Very, very, very clean guy, no doubt about it. But ultimately, the point here is again what they show true signs of leadership. So what happens because of this is when you give a lesser reward also, everybody is motivated. Okay, let us work even more harder. Why? Because they are only thinking about what, okay, अगर हम और भी बेहतर काम करोगे तो रिवॉर्ड सबको थोड़ा और इंप्रूव हो जाएगा. That is how they think. जैसे कि आप 10 रुपए ही मिल गया है सब में मिलकर काम कर कर 10 रुपए ही मिल गया है. We all got less only. Let us work more, then we'll get at least 11. So that is how they will think or perform. Equity sensitive will not do that. Entitled will never do that. Equity sensitive को लगेगा ये बराबर नहीं है. Whatever effort I put, I didn't get the reward for it. They will question it. Entitled, definitely they will leave the job and go. They will be like, इतना काम कर कर इतना पैसा, why, for what should I come here? True. See, again, that is the point here. We can where we can do it, when we will do it, individual to individual, situation to situation, it will keep on varying. We cannot say that an individual will exactly behave like this. The same individual can be benevolent in some case, equity sensitive in some case absolutely entitled. Entitled का सबसे बड़ा सबसे बेहतरीन एग्जाम्पल है रिलेशनशिप्स, हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ रिलेशनशिप. जहां पर एक one will be doing all the effort, the other one will be paying little to no attention, acting entitled. मैं पति हूं, मुझे ज्यादा, मेरे लिए क्या करोगे, मैं मुझे क्या मिलोगे, all that. Equity sensitive is what? बराबरी, which is what the world, how the world is supposed to be running. जितना ज्यादा effort उतना reward. While benevolent employees are willing to work hard even when they receive lower outcomes than others, equity sensitive and entitled employees find this distressing. Clear? Like I told you, it will motivate them to work hard. Not equity sensitive, because उन्हें लगेगा कि ये बराबरी नहीं है. This is not barabar. Like I told you, that is also the reason why youngsters don't want to join ISR. Not all the youngsters, the top premium academies that are out there, I mean institutions out there, IIT, NIT, वहां से आपको कम लोग मिलेंगे ISRO में. And what is the reason? They are equity sensitive. उनको लग रहा है कि भाई इतना मेहनत करना है, सैटरडे को भी लीव नहीं है, and then after doing all that, you are only giving me so much of salary. Same effort if I put it in a private company, what you are giving me in 4 or 5 months, I will make it in 1 month. Then why should I work for you? Why will I work for you? What about the entitled ones? जहां पापा ऑलरेडी इतना पैसा बना दिया है, पापा पूछेंगे कहां जा रहे हो, ISRO में. क्यों? 35,000 या 40,000 कमाने के लिए तुझे मैंने पाल पोस कर बड़ा किया है. मेरे कंपनी में आकर बैठ, जो सैलरी तुझे चाहिए लिख कर ले. तुझे वाई आर यू स्ट्रगलिंग सो मच? 3-4 घंटे वहां पर आकर काम सीख लो, तू बाकी के टाइम तू मनोरंजन कर. आई डोंट केयर. Why will they go and join ISRO? Getting the point here. Managerial implications of equity theory. Equity theory has important implications or ways of motivating people. The 3 key ones are discussed below. 1 minute. Any doubts so far before we handle managerial implications? Avoiding underpayment. Companies that attempt to save money by reducing employees' salary. may find that employees respond in different ways to settle scores. For example, they may steal, shave a few minutes of their work. Shaving a few minutes means thoda late aana, thoda jaldi jana. Or otherwise withhold production. In extreme cases, they may go on strike. Thus, making people feel underpaid is an unwise decision and ineffective managerial practice. Best example, the Samsung strike that took place in Chennai. Salary agar kam hai, या working conditions they are feeling it is not barabar, people will go for strike. Worst case scenario, they will take things away. They may steal, they may not come for work, all of that can happen. Clear? Then, avoiding overpayment. Overpaying employees to motivate them is also an ineffective strategy, mainly for two reasons. Increases in performance in response to overpayment, inequity is only temporary. As time goes on, people begin to believe that they actually deserve the higher pay they are getting and drop their level of work down to normal. This is so true. So true it is. This I have seen again in so many private organizations where people are literally getting paid. I'm telling you, they are getting paid something like 70 to 80K in a month. Okay. 70,000 to 80,000. Okay. कितने घंटे काम कर रहे हैं? Let us see. 2 hours per day. 5 days in a week. Organization is also not taking any action on them. They are always giving one or the other reason. That is, this is not corporate, mind you. This is not a corporate. Normal, regular companies out there, वहां पर जहां पर किसी के कहने के ऊपर व्हाट इज इट नौकरी मिल गया है, जो भी है, कोई रिकमेंडेशन की वजह से आ गया है, पहले से ही उन्हें बड़ा सैलरी दिया है, ये सोचकर कि these people will put in effort, they will work really hard. No, initial few days they will work, afterwards they will feel for the work what I am doing, they are not giving me enough payment. That is their response. Then what will happen? They will reduce whatever work they were doing initially, that much also they won't work, because they will feel the same thing. देखो, जब मुझे रिवॉर्ड अच्छी तरह से नहीं मिल रहा था, अंडर पेमेंट कर रहा था, तो मैंने क्या किया? काम करवा दिया, काम करना कम करवा दिया. करेक्ट? सेम सिनेरियो विल हैपन हियर. यू overpay them. After a while I will feel this payment is not enough, I will reduce the work again. As time goes on, people begin to believe that they actually deserve the higher pay they are getting and drop their level of work down to normal. Overpaying one employee implies that others are being underpaid. When the majority of employees feel underpaid, they will lower their performance, resulting in a net decrease in productivity, and widespread dissatisfaction can lead to massive resignations. Because one or two individuals are getting a higher pay because they are closer to somebody, etc., etc. And these are high level kamchors. High level. बेशरम कामचोर्स दे, काम भी नहीं कर रहा है, इतना सैलरी भी ले रहा है, ऊपर से दे शो दैट भाव, यू नो, आई डिजर्व मोर देन दिस. दे कीप टेलिंग, मेरे पुराने कंपनी में मेरा पैकेज था 1.5 lakh. दे कीप throwing all these things out there. The genuine hard workers, what they will feel? Any which way our salary won't increase. Why should I work? I won't work. Or they will quit. Massive resignation will happen. So it is very, very important that when you are running a company, you go by what principle and what principle alone. Number one, equity. Number two, performance-based reward. Perform कर रहा है, promotion दो. Perform नहीं कर रहा है, निकाल दो. Correct? Being open and honest with employees. Openness and honest about pay is critical because it helps employees understand the basis of their pay. This in turn leads to trust in their company, motivating them to put forth the effort required to excel. Very, very, very true. It is very, very important that you are very honest with your employees. Why this much salary is being given? What is expected out of you? On what basis we will give you a hike? all of that. Because when you tell them the clear objective reasons for increase in salary or increase in or a promotion or an increment, people will work for it. Evaluation of equity theory. Equity theory has been widely studied and is quite successful in predicting various situations involving feelings of workplace injustice. Absolutely, because we saw right now बहुत सारे चीजें ये एक्सप्लेन कर रहा है, नो डाउट अबाउट इट, इक्विटी theory. लेकिन however it has a few limitations. First, the theory doesn't identify the inputs or outcomes that are most valuable and the comparison of others against which the evaluation is made. मतलब what are the factors? कंपेयर करने वाला फैक्टर्स क्या है? What are you comparing? Is it the job title? Is it the role of the job? Is it the salary per se? या फिर is it some performance related reward? या फिर it is an increment? या फिर it is some special consideration or flexibility given in the work? क्या है? What are the factors that an employee will compare with another employee? That has not been identified. Why? Varies. Like I told you, IAS, IPS, initially they will be very, very happy. And this was told to me by an IRS officer. Kyunki, when we were having this chat and he was asking me how much marks you had for your interview, I told 187. He just looked at me and he told, if I had your marks, I will be in IPS. I smiled at him. So then he told me, but what is the Nikhil? I'm very happy with my job. I was like, okay. So I asked him, are you not, then sir, you're not sad that you couldn't crack IPS? He said, no. Initially it was there. I'll be honest with you. Initially it was there. And he loves to play cricket. So when they play this cricket, they play it with obviously with IAS, IPS officers, etc., batchmates and all that. But when I meet them, even when we are going for a cricket match, I am only thinking about the match, not them. Even when they are in the match, their mind is not there. They are thinking about, okay, that is there, this is there, this person is coming next week, that is there, this is there, then there is this media interaction, this, that. So many things are running in their head. I go home, I see my son, I see my family. They, when can they go or when will they able to see? But they are having no clue about it. I'm agreeing, it is not every day that you have, what is it? You will have a very difficult schedule. No. But you will be busy. Compared to any IRS officer, you will be busy. That is for sure. Getting the point here. Second, it assumes that people are individualistic, rational, and selfish. ये भी सही है. सारे लोग तो ऐसे नहीं होना जरूरी नहीं है. सब लोग अपने बारे में सोच रहा है, बहुत रैशनल है, सोच समझकर सारा फैसला कर रहा है, काम भी कर रहा है, एंड मतलबी लोग है. People are ready to, sensible people are there when they see that, sir, this, why have you given me this level of increment? It is not required. If you do this, everybody in the team also will feel bad. Please do a favor, just redistribute it. Itna increment ki zarurat bhi nahi hai. There are people who will talk like that. Don't worry. We have all types of people in the world. There is no doubt. And not everybody will say that, have an entitled behavior. People are sensible people. उन्हें मालूम है यार मैं उतना काबिल नहीं हूं, तो मुझे इतना ज्यादा इंक्रीमेंट की जरूरत भी नहीं है. जितना कंपनी दे रहा है मैं खुश हूं इससे. गवर्नमेंट जॉब ही ले लो. आई टोल्ड यू, नॉट ऑल ग्रुप बी सी डी एम्प्लॉयज आर सिटिंग सैड. देखो मेरा जिंदगी के साथ क्या हुआ. बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं who are incredibly happy. They are like, गवर्नमेंट नौकरी मिल गया भाई, इससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए. Maybe because there could be a reason also, because in their entire village, since generations, that individual will be the first person from that village to get a government job. तो वो उस गांव का अमिताभ बच्चन है या शाहरुख खान है. जब वो गांव जाता है, द पीपल कम दर, द भीड़ कम दर, ओ माय गॉड गवर्नमेंट जॉब, बोलो कैसा है गवर्नमेंट जॉब. तो ही विल ऑल्सो फील मैं सुपरस्टार हूं यहाँ का. Getting the point here. So everywhere it is not necessary. See, Abhishek, that is only possible if the reward, whoever has received extra, it is genuine. If it is not genuine, people are bound to complain. People are bound to complain. I've been part of such an organization also. I've been part of such an organization where I knew that there were people who didn't know ABCD of the job. They were getting more than double my salary. So I believe, no, I will continue working hard. I'll continue working hard. I'll continue working hard. एक महीना गया, 2 महीना गया, 3 महीना गया, 4 महीना गया. There was no change in anything at all. Nothing. So I initially demanded that you have hired me part time. I want to work full time. So I said, so they also agreed, okay, we'll hire you full time. Then I told, what about my salary? So they asked me, what is my expectation? So I gave them a figure. I literally put, for half time you have hired me this much. Full time means I need double of it minimum. Then it came, then they did not respond to it. Then I asked them, what is the status of it? They said that salary is what is the issue. We cannot pay you that much. I said, okay, I'll bring it down to this much, because I gave them the breakup. That these are my expenses. At least if this much is there, only I'll have some saving in my hand, because my marriage is around the corner. Now, what they did was, when I revealed marriage is around the corner, what did they think? Because his marriage is around the corner, he will continue to work with us no matter what. अब क्या हुआ? Forget the part-time salary also. They finally told me, you come only when it is required. For that 2-3 hours that you work, we will pay you. They were banking on the fact that I will not leave the job come what may. That may, I will ask them, sir, please give me at least this much, because my marriage is there. I need the money. They were trying to bring me down even further. They didn't know, right? Ego itna zyada hai that as soon as they kept the offer, I just, what is it? There was only one company property that I took from them, which was a mouse. I kept the mouse there and I told, consider this as my official resignation letter. Walked out from that place. Later, I got to know, when with the other people who were there, as soon as I said this and walked out, literally the management there, they kept both the hands on their head, because they never expected that to happen. Getting the point here? So it is not that always your hard work is going to get rewarded. In adult life, that is not the scenario. Getting the point? Genuine it is, people will work. No doubt about it. Genuine means people will definitely work, they will get it. If it is genuine. However, people are social creatures who share goals with other members and commit themselves to the norms of the group. Third, the theory accounts for only distributive justice in the workplace. Experts now believe that procedural justice is equally important, that has been overlooked in the theory. Equity theory is about what? Treating everybody equally. Reward means it should be equal based on performance. Don't do under rewarding, don't do over rewarding. Correct? What about the procedural justice? Procedural justice means there is a procedure to things. Why an employee has been rewarded? Why we are bringing in lateral entrant? Why? We saw this. We saw how it will affect the motivation of the bureaucracy. No doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is, why we are bringing in lateral entrants? इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं है. That procedure itself was initiated. If it is there, it is there always since the 80s. It has been there. But the fact of the matter is, lateral entry का poster boy है नंदन नीलकनी. क्यों lateral entry? अगर lateral entry नहीं चाहिए, अगर कोई argue कर रहा है, the counter argument for it is, Imagine UIDAI under an IAS officer or any typical bureaucrat. Maybe they would have come out with Aadhaar everything. But क्या ये सही वक्त पर complete होगा? That's a very doubtful question. So procedural justice is that when things are not working out, you need to come out with a solution where obviously it will get a reward for some. It will not be good for the others. अब टाटा के प्लांट के खिलाफ there was a huge strike in West Bengal. Tata took away their entire operation from there, went to Gujarat. ठीक है, तो लॉस फॉर हुम? वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट. शॉर्ट टर्म. लॉन्ग टर्म लॉस क्या था? अ ग्रुप लाइक टाटा लेफ्ट वेस्ट बंगाल एंड वेंट टू गुजरात. बाय डिफॉल्ट क्या हुआ? उसके बाद कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट वहां पर गया भी नहीं. Investments just declined afterwards because for India it was basically like if Tatas have closed their shop and left means then nobody else can open it there. Investments declined. So equity के हिसाब से अगर देखोगे तो दोनों जगह people are ready to work. There is unemployment, people are ready to work. But procedure is easier in Gujarat. Company went there. Procedure is difficult in West Bengal. No companies went afterwards. Can we bring equity theory there? Absolutely not. Procedure के problem है वहां पर. Procedural justice. Getting the point here, people? Any doubts here? All right then. Let's call it a day, people, because the next